Hello, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? My name is Quantic Flux, and today we're back with some more Demon Bluff. This game's very good if you've not seen it before. It kind of plays like a social deduction game, but it's single player, and it's a lot of fun. You got to be figuring out who these demons are, even though they do be lying. Bluffin, if you will. I hope that everyone's doing well today. Hey, Benjamin, how you doing? Hey, Muffin, how's it going? How's it going? Yeah, let's get right in. It's been a while since we last played, but I feel like we might be good at this game. Hey, Senor Pickles, how you doing? I'm doing pretty well, thanks for asking, Benjamin. How are you doing? There are two evils among all characters. Find and kill them. Okay. We got a witch and a Lilith. Are we really at Ascension level 92, just like right at the beginning? Because if so, that's crazy. How's the list? Have you touched Mecha Break yet? List is on life support. I've not done anything since yesterday, and I have not touched Mecha Break yet. I did download it, and then I was going to play it, but I saw a review that made it seem like a Gooner game, and I haven't touched it. Okay, let me remember what these guys do, which makes it so you can't reveal the last card, and Lilith murders people. Okay. It says there's one minion. I mean, one outcast. But it's showing us 3, which is kind of weird. Not great. You worked all day. You're completely drained of energy. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. It is not a Gooner game. It's just normal jiggle physics. Wonderful. Why are there jiggle physics in a mech game? Like, just at all? Okay, let's start revealing the cards. You have to be a little careful. One evil is adjacent to me. One is evil 6, 8, or 7. Okay. Next card where you reveal someone's dying. 2 days you're going for a vacation, friends? Ooh, that sounds fun. You going anywhere good? Let's see. Earn one random outcast among them, if any. I guess if I choose you 3 and you tell me... You told me that there's no outcast, which is true. As far as I know, at least. Little fan service from the female pilots while they enter the mechs. Nah, I hate it. The pilot has to move around, you know, up and down. Wonderful. All right, let's see who gets murdered. You are the original baker. There's one outcast, meaning that there should not be 2 druids. And I cannot reveal the last one. Okay. I mean... that is a lie. Get murdered. What? What? Is this not a real bombardier? Okay, you sneaky so-and-so, you've confused me. You are evil, I'm pretty sure, because you should be a baker, right? Oh, you're right about that. I think it's got to be the Empress, right? That would make the most sense. Yeah. Easy. All right, what you got for me next? We got a Ba, a Minion, and one Outcast. That may or may not be a Wretch, Doppelganger, or Bombardier. Okay. Right side is more evil. You are pinging off of this. You cured 0 corruptions, which is true. One or 5 is a minion. I mean, it's really important that you get that right, man. One of your 3 kittens has become quite weak. Currently paying extra attention to it and moving next to the mother a lot. Also giving it a little honey to see if it helps the lethargy. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hope your kitten feels better as soon as possible. It's very sad. Okay, let's try and murder this. Good. That means that you're probably real. And by probably, I mean definitely. 1 or 5 is a minion. You are correct. Right side is more evil. That's probably still true. You're definitely good. The alchemist did cure 0 corruptions. So it's got to be lover, I think. Oops. Yeah. Poor thing, I agree. I hope the kitten feels better soon. All right, we got a puka going on. You hate to see that. Puka's very confusing. Okay, so there's going to be corruption, possibly. Up to 2. Alchemist maybe might cure if he's here. We got a wretch. A gem crafter. Okay. A jester. An alchemist that cured 2 corruptions. Is it possible for you to cure 2 corruptions? You go 2 range, so 1, 2. 1, 2. It is not possible. Yeah, it's very suspect. You can definitely cure 2. You think so? Your bearded dragon is doing something similar. Your brother was not home in the last 3 days. It's looking at you like Batman. Ask you, where is he? Aw, poor thing. Misses your brother. Just look over there. Is this like a setup for a joke? Like under there? Underwear. You know? One of those. Also, hello, Jerry. How you doing? Okay. Closest evil is clockwise. That is technically accurate. Up dog? Of course, of course. Druid? I don't think you read as an outcast. Cannot register as good or as a wretch. There's a doppelganger. Well, shit, that could possibly be true. Currently in play. I guess that can't be true. But you could be confused here. Problem that he doesn't want to take food from you. Just looks at me like, WTF, man, he's sad. Misses your brother. Closest evil is clockwise. You could technically be Puka'd, because technically it could be equidistant. Let's see what you say. You should definitely read this guy as evil. 2 evils. Mm-hmm. 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 Hmm. I think it's got to be the alchemist, man. If the alchemist was Puka, this would get confused, and this would get confused. Oh, is that the evil one? The alchemist? I think it might be. Let's murder him to find out. Nope. All right, he's corrupted. So it's got to be here or here, which means these guys are good. You are telling me information that cannot possibly be true, so it's Jester. Get out of here. Sometimes you got to murder an alchemist to figure some stuff out, you know? What the shit is this, man? Now, this is a rough one already. Hopefully the drunk is not actually here, because that will complicate things. We're going to have 2 outcasts. Okay. That is the correct number of outcasts, but to be fair, you guys might not be real outcasts. Only one pair of evil. Ba is one card from the closest evil. You guys are saying the same thing. One is... Okay, hold on. Should there be two Empresses? Technically, there could be if one was a doppelganger or one was a drunk. What's with the drunks? They're corrupted and they lie. And they're garbage. And I hate them. They disguise as a random not-in-play villager. They are corrupted and lie. And they can't be cured. So they're disguised as somebody and they're telling me bad information. All right, so let's think about this. If you are correct, if you two are both correct, that would mean that, assuming you're correct, boom, boom, and boom, one of you would have to be the counselor because he shows up near outcasts. There are two outcasts showing, but the counselor would technically be an outcast, but there's not an outcast next to an outcast unless one of them is a drunk and or doppelganger. So it's a little confusing. Let's look at the Empresses. What are they saying? One is evil 3, 5, or 7. Okay. One is evil 8. That doesn't make sense. Well, I guess it could make sense if you're actually evil and not a plague doctor. 1 or 2. Okay. Right side is more evil. Right side is more evil. That doesn't sound right. Are there not evil plague doctors? Yeah, this guy's technically good. Technically. He is corrupting someone. But if we pick the right person that's corrupted, then that's helpful info to have. I do think there's not supposed to be frickin' 2 Empresses, though. There's one evil amongst the 3. That does make sense. The problem is that you're both implicating each other. What's not making sense to me is that you and you are saying the same thing, that there's evil next to each other, but how would that be possible? Plague doctors are never evil, just a chill guy banishing your illness by burning you. Or like shoving leeches on you, right? How could right side possibly be more evil? One of the Empresses has to be not legit. Right? Or they could be corrupted. How would one be corrupted? Because of the Plague Doctor. Hey, Redclaw. You missed the stream start. Glad you noticed in time, though. It's fun to be here. Glad to have you. We didn't start too long ago. 17 minutes. You're not too far off. Man. I am so confused right now as to how the knitter and the scout could be correct. What if... What if one of them is a drunk? If the Empress is a drunk... No, that wouldn't make sense. This is a freaking confusing one, man. Okay, I'm not sure. I feel like this can't be true. Good. And if 2 is evil, that means that Wait, hold on. Wait. Hold on. You have to be next to an outcast. Don't really like empresses. They're helpful when they're telling the truth. Okay, hold on. So, what does this mean? There's 2 outcasts. Obviously, the Plague Doctor is correct. But this guy has to be next to an outcast. Eight, 1, or 2. You were correct. 2 was evil. 1 is evil. 3, 5, or 7. You were right too. There was 1 evil. 3, 5, or 7 is not correct. Right side is more evil, but you were corrupted, which means that the right side is not more evil. What outcasts are there? Who knows? Who knows? They updated the game to make it a lot more challenging. And I think one of the things they did is they added outcasts that maybe might be there, but aren't. And also Boz adding an extra one, and also counselors adding an extra one. So there should be 2 total. The problem is that we see 2, but this guy is not next to either of them. So one of these is either a drunk or a freaking doppelganger. But if that's the case, then one of the outcasts has to be the other guy. But that doesn't make sense because this is saying that there's 1 pair of evil. Dude, I am losing my mind. 3, 5, or 7. That doesn't make sense. You still have to be next. You do still have to be next to an outcast. There are only 2 outcasts. You are definitely an outcast. Hi, Pensiman. Thank you so much for being here. I hope you have a great night and sleep well. Oh, boy. You're saying that... Okay. I see it. No, I don't. I don't see it. Because if you're a doppelganger, or you're a doppelganger, and you're evil, then how are there 3 bombardiers? Or how is there extra guys? Oh, no. I'm confused.
Until we meet again.
Sleep well, Benjamin. Oh, boy. Am I crazy? There's only supposed to be 2 outcasts, right? What's evil 3, 5, or 7? Two default outcasts plus 1 for counselor. Is that how it works? I mean, it says they make an outcast, but I kind of thought it would show that they were an outcast. But maybe it doesn't. This guy said there's only 1 evil here, though. Okay, I'm going to assume that one of you has to be the Empress, which means you have to be bad because there's no evil next to each other. Yeah, okay, so it doesn't actually tell you how many outcasts there are. That's very confusing. Okay. Weird, and I didn't like that. Okay. There's 1 outcast. Oh, it works unless they updated the composition on top? Gotcha. I guess I must have forgotten, since it's been a while since we last played. Okay, so 1 person could potentially be corrupted if there's a Plague Doctor. Closest evil's equidistant. Fortune teller's here. False. Minion. Okay. Sorry that you got murdered. Okay, so you're definitely legit. You were apparently a dreamer, which means that one of the dreamers is bad. You're saying that there was not two evil here? I mean, I think you have to be a minion. Or, a bad guy, I should say. Yeah. And that means that you're definitely bad because you lied to me? You freaking jerk. Alright, that was a not that bad one. Okay, we got Ba, a minion, and potentially a drunk and or a doppelganger. Will doppely do. You could be a drunk. There are no corrupted characters. Doesn't make sense if you are a drunk, though. There's a doppelganger? That doesn't make sense. There's no duplicates here. Alright, I'm pretty sure you're a minion. Which means you're good. You said among 6, 7, and 5, there's a bad boy, and that doesn't make much sense. Yeah, okay. Another easy one. You'll love to see that. Alright, we got a Puka, and we've got a Plague Doctor, which means there could be 3 corrupted people. Which is a lot of corrupted people, if you ask me. Puka's 1 card away from the closest evil. Could be true. 1 or 7 is a prisoner. What is a prisoner? Sorry, poisoner. Okay, that doesn't make any sense, but you... I mean, okay, so you're either evil or you are corrupt. So I'm immediately suspicious of all of you. With no evils adjacent to you. 1 is evil 4, 2, or 6. 4, 2, or 6. That sounds right to me. I think it's gotta be you. 6 is lying. 6 is lying, but 6 could be corrupted because of Puka. But I think 6 is Puka. 1 can't be evil because 2 can't be lying. That's a good point. That is a good point. So it's got to be one of you 3. I think it's got to be Oracle. It can't be you. Because then Fortune Teller would be lying. So it's either Oracle or Knight. And Empress is saying that it's Oracle, so it's got to be Oracle. Get out of here, Puka. You little trash person. All right, we got a Shaman. And Ba. And potentially some annoying frickin' outcasts. All right. There are 2 outcasts. One of them, I know they made the rate of outcasts being minions higher, so one of them could not be real, and there might be a drunk here. There are 2 bishops and 2 architects, though, and Only one of those could be true because of the shaman. So there's a chance that one of them is a drunk. You are both saying the same thing. You are not. Use health as a resource. You can't afford one good stabbing, is what I'm guessing you're saying. Okay. It says there's 2 outcasts. Is there a way for there to be 3? Because I mean, that's what you meant? Okay, good. If there's not a way for you to be 3, then you guys are legit. One of these pairs is definitely evil. Let's see what the Emperor says. 8, 3, or 5. 8, 3, or 5. That doesn't sound right, because you guys are saying the same thing. Between 6, 5, and 3, there's a villager, a minion, and outcast. 6, 5, 3. That doesn't sound right. Between 6, 5, and 2, 6, 5, and 2, there's a villager, an outcast, and a minion. Architect is most likely added by shaman. I think so too. These guys are saying weird stuff, the bishops. There could also be, if you're a legit plague doctor, you could have issues here. 6, 5, and 3 doesn't make much sense though, because there should be 2 villagers in there. 6, 5, and 2. 5 and 2. Use Doc on an architect? Definitely could. Not corrupted. Doesn't mean anything though, because Maruzensky. Hey, Fubuka. Oh, we got an ad coming up in 10 seconds. We're going to take a quick ad break. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. We're just going to sit here and listen to 3 minutes of music. So feel free to grab a snack, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch your legs, do whatever you got to do, but don't go too far because we'll be back in just 3 minutes. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you're having a fun stream so far. I don't know who was evil here. 8, 3, and 5 doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me unless the Plague Doctor is evil or the Empress is evil. Neither of the bishops is giving me good info on who a minion might be. Number 6 bishop is saying, hey, I'm the villager. 5 can't be an outcast because it's giving the same information. So I guess it would have to be saying that 5 is a minion. And then 2 would be an outcast. It just doesn't sound right to me. All right, let's murder a bishop. We're corrupt. You hate to see that. I've gotten no information. Okay. Okay, that means that 6 would have been the villager. Minion and outcast. That technically could be true. Technically could be true. That being said, how would there be a second bishop? Because of the shaman. I just realized both sides being equally evil can't be true unless one of the middle people is evil. Six, 5, and 3. 6 would have had to have been the villager, so 5 is a minion and 3 is an outcast, or vice versa. You guys are technically saying the same thing. I don't know, man. I think we're going to lose here. Big bucks, no whammies. God damn it. It was who I suspected, too. You pieces of trash. How dare you? All right, well, we lost endless mode. We're restarting. Here we go. Okay, we got a Ba and a counselor. Ba and a counselor. There are 2 outcasts, which is correct. You are a good boy. 7 or 6 is a counselor. That doesn't make much sense. Okay. 1 is evil, 6, 3, or 1. Would technically be true. 1 or 5 is counselor. Yeah, this whole thing about minions potentially being outcasts is confusing. Because technically speaking, there could be a... No, the doppelganger can't be here because no one's duplicated. So yeah, it does... I think it does have to be 1. Bombardier. So you're right. I think it's got to be 1. Yeah! Easy. Alright, who you got for me this time? Puka? And a wretch or a doppelganger? Are you two saying the same thing? Yes, so one of you is a doppelganger. You are not correct. You were a dreamer? That's got to be Puka. Shaman. Okay, I mean, you're Puka. That was an easy one, too. Which was 5 and 6? 5 was confused because 6 was evil. All right, we got a Puka and a Puppeteer. We haven't seen Puppeteer today. And either a drunk or a doppelganger, which is confusing. Can't help but notice that there's 3 alchemists. Okay. So one of them is a doppelganger. Doppelganger only turns into a real villager. So one of you is real and one of you is doppely-do. One is evil 5, 2, or 8. Hmm. I don't think there's a way for you to clear 2. Eight must be lying. 8 can't have cleared 7. Yeah. You cured 0. You cured 1, apparently. If you cured 1, that would make you a bad boy. I think what's happening is this is the puppet. I think this is the puppeteer. And then probably this is Puka. Let's find out. What do you do, Druid? Hold on. Before we do a murder. Okay, you're definitely right. Gotta be you. Yep. Then I think it's you. Yep. And then if that's the case, it's gotta be you. Easy dub. Curing 0 could be true if Doppel. Yeah, it was about the range. Okay. We got a Puka and a Plague Doctor or a Drunk. That's rough in an area this small. Cured 1 corruption. I don't think that's possible. Wait, no. It is possible. If you were Puka, you could have only cleared 1. 5 is a real hunter. We're 1 card away from the closest evil. That doesn't make sense unless the Plague Doctor is evil. 3 can't be Puka. That's a good point because the Confessor's still good. I think this doesn't make sense, but also can't be Puka, so I think you're corrupted by the Plague Doctor. Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, and let's have some fun. Doesn't work. Get out of here. 2 is Puka? Could have been. But we revealed it because the hunter couldn't have possibly been right, so he had to be corrupted by the Plague Doctor. All right, we got Lilith, a twin, and a poisoner. And then either a Plague Doctor, a Bombardier, or a Doppelganger. Okay, 5 is good, you say. 5 could be twin minion. All right. There are 2 evils. Okay. Evils are not adjacent to each other. 5 is good is definitely not correct. You're not corrupted, so you're a bad boy. Wait, hold on. Never mind. You are technically good. Whoops. I wasted that. You said there's 2 evils between 3, 4, and 5, which just cannot be true. but you could be corrupt. You say they're lying. Let's do a murder. That was a bad idea. And you weren't corrupt either. Between 3, 4, and 5, there are 2 evils. Is the plague doctor not real? Can be if 3 and 5 are evil. Yeah. Problem now is that we have 2 dreamers. You were both saying the same thing. I think you're actually the twin. Okay. You could still be corrupt, though. You two are definitely right, though. You said the jester was lying, which is not accurate. Evils are not adjacent to each other is probably true. Well, shit. Yeah. That's unlucky, huh? Alright, not a good set of runs tonight, huh? I will try to do better. Alright, we got a counselor, and 2 outcasts. Alright, we have either a drunk or a doppelganger. There are 2 jesters, so... Hey, Kiki. It's going pretty well. How's it going for you? There's 3 cards away from a corrupted character. That could be true. Seven, 2, and 4. There are 2 evils. Okay. There are 2 evils. You were saying the same thing, so you're probably... You're probably doppelgangers, which means you're evil. Good. Glad to hear it's going well for you, Kiki. Have you seen Demon Bluff before? A lot of fun. Between 7, 2, and 4, the villager, outcast, and minion. So that means that this is probably the doppelganger. This is the outcast. 4 would be a minion, huh? Easy way to check. You're a good boy. 7, 2, and 4, huh? That doesn't make much sense to me. All characters in my info are villagers if you're lying, so you can't be lying. But the jesters can't be lying either. Six is right, Wretch is a minion. 1 is doppel and 1 other is villager. Ah, you only register as minion as evil. True. It's a good point. Which leaves us with this guy.
Get out of here.
Good call, Red Claw. Thank you for that. All right, we got Ba and a witch. Alchemist says he cures 2 corruptions, which cannot be true. So you're dead. 1 is evil, 6, 1, or 5. That is correct. I should have used a Slayer. That's my bad. 1 is evil, 2, 1, or 5. That is also correct. Why are there 2 of you? How are there 2 of you? One evil's adjacent to me, huh? Two outcasts default, one of them is Doppel. Ah, you're right. Yep. Good call. Okay. One evil, you say? You're human. You're telling the truth. Wouldn't kill 8. Kill Slayer? Maybe. It's definitely down to Slayer or Lover, and I don't know which one is telling the truth. The Slayer's ability wouldn't have worked on the knight, since it wasn't a bad boy. All right. There we go. Give 2 tries? True. I don't like doing murder on people, though. All right, we have 1 outcast. And if we don't... Well, the problem is that if we see 1 outcast, there could still be a doppelganger because one of the minions could be disguising themselves as an outcast. Okay. You don't make sense because your ability should have activated. Is 4 lying? I don't think so. I think 8 might be lying. Between 3, 1, and 4, there's an outcast, a minion, and a villager. 4 is definitely accurate because the baker exists here. 3, 1, and 4. 1 has to be the real baker, so the 1 is the villager. So between 3 and 4, there's an outcast and a minion. If 8 is lying, where is the turned villager from 4? I revealed these in order, right? One turned 8 and 4 is lying. 1 couldn't have turned 8. 1 definitely turned 3. And I guess 3 could have turned 8. Between 1, 3, and 4. There's an outcast. I mean, you're definitely a villager. 1, 3, and 4. So outcast and minion, one of these 2. That doesn't make much sense because there's 1 outcast and we have a bombardier. Hey, Demir, how you doing? Kill 4, very likely evil. Is there a situation where there could be 2 poets? No. So between 8 and 4, one of them's definitely bad. That you supported a person through their tough day. You're doing quite good. Nice, man. Happy to hear that. Good job. What would the outcast be if it was 3? It would have to be the doppelganger. What does the doppelganger say when disguising as a baker? That's a good idea, or a good question, and I have no idea. I think the bishop might be wonky too. If the bishop is lying, that would have to mean that 3, 1, and 4 are all real. Corrupted, huh? Flavor text or doppel? Yeah, it's good. You think it says, I was a baker of selling the truth? That would make sense. Okay, hold on. If they're... This is not accurate. How are you corrupted, by the way? Poisoner. I think you're the poisoner. Yep. Okay. So now we have Ba and the minion left. One of the knights is a bad boy and can't be corrupted, so we can just try to murder them. Good. There are 2 pairs of evil is definitely not accurate, and you can't be corrupted, so you're Ba. There we go. Easy dub. Okay, we got a puppet, a minion, and Lilith. Only 1 outcast, so if we don't see a wretch... do see a wretch. 2 is a real knitter. There are 3 pairs of evil. There were 3 pairs of evil. This is definitely not right. You're bad. You cannot be a puppet, so you're bad. Wait, what? Oh, you didn't even get a puppet? Okay. Scary. 3 pairs of evil. 1, 2. Closest evil's equidistant. There's no way that's true.
Get out of here.
Lucky? Not exactly. It would have been a minion if it wasn't Lilith, so I wouldn't have gotten it wrong either way, which is nice. All right. We have Lilith, Puppeteer, Minion, and either Doppely-Doo or Plague Doctor. Okay, I still hate that it takes away health when you reveal the last one and no one dies. I think that's probably not accurate. 2 evils adjacent to you is definitely not right. Unless there's a doppelganger here, which doesn't make much sense. You cured 0 corruptions. Also doesn't make much sense. If you and you are both real, that means you are just a filthy liar. Okay. One is evil, 3, 8, or 7. So this is 1 card away from the closest evil. That's accurate. That's evil 3, 7, or 8. Is it accurate? Yeah. Oh, wait, is one directly next to? Or is it one in between? Now I'm not sure. I think 7 might be the bad boy. I think 1 might be directly next to, right? Yeah. That was close. I didn't like that. Okay. We got a puka, a witch, a minion, and either a doppelganger or a plague doctor. That's rough, man. We've got 2 gem crafters. You're definitely not correct. And I think you have to be bad because there's no one ahead of you. There's also 2 plague doctors, can't help but notice. Both docs on 6. Spot the evil one with that. That's accurate. So one of you is a real plague doctor, which means there's not a way for there to be 2 gem crafters. Seven is evil, 6 is corrupted. Is that possible? One, 5, and 7 are evil. I don't know how the baker's corruption works. Five is puka. How does the baker's corruption work? They just lie about what they were? You say that you were a Vandam... Okay. That makes a lot of sense, then. Okay, you're not puka. The 7 would have to be puka. Okay. Then... What? Hold on. Hold on. You're both saying 6 is good. How the hell does 6 exist? Reveal 9, good call. 1 or 5 is a minion. That is accurate. Doesn't help me much, though. What is happening here? How does 6 exist? 1 is saying that 6 is good. 1 has to be corrupted by the plague doctor. Or on 5 and 6. I mean, that's not gonna help me, though. True. Okay, so it's got to be 6, and 1 has to be corrupted. Okay, so Puka corrupted no one, but the Plague Doctor did corrupt the Gemcrafter. That makes sense. Okay. You got Lilith, the Poisoner, Minion, and either Bombardier or the Doppely-Doo? This is one card away from the closest evil. Okay. We're 2 cards away from the closest evil. 1, 2. Or 1, 2. 2 evils are adjacent to you. We're 3 cards away from the closest evil. That doesn't make much sense. Interesting. There's 2 hunters, but only 1 outcast. The 2 hunters are saying the same thing. I am confused. So you are corrupted. You must be the poisoner. Yeah. You guys were both talking about the poisoner. One couldn't kill 4, which makes sense. I think we gotta reveal the last card. A knight, you say? I mean, no one else can be corrupted, so you try to murder the knight. Okay. And now we got a 50-50 on our hands. Are the hunters doppelganger pair and bomb is evil? 8 is lying. That's a good point. Good call, Cosio. And that would make the scout right. Okay, I think it's got to be you.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call, Demir and Cosio. Well done. Okay, we got Pooker, Shaman, potentially a drunk or wretch. Okay, there's 1 outcast and the wretch is here, which means the drunk is probably not. Between 8 and 3, there's a minion and a villager. Interesting. Why are you not telling me where an outcast is? Because you don't know an outcast, which I think means that 1 is correct, right? Try killing 7 if corrupt kills 6. If we kill 7 and we're wrong, that's 9 damage. And that's pretty scary. How are there 2 lovers? The lovers are from the shaman pair. What about 6? Six technically cannot have cured 2 people. So 6 is either... 6 has got to be poisoned or a damn dirty liar. 8 and 3, there's a minion and a villager. If what the bishop says is true, then Slayer is a good boy. I think Puka might be poet. Yeah, okay. So that means you're bad because you couldn't have cured 2 corruptions. Good. You done did it. You think 5 is Puka, but you could be wrong. Pretty close. 5 and 2 have to be the shaman pair. There was no other duplicates, so I think so. Okay, so there's Ba and a puppeteer. Puppeteer got someone, so there's 3 evil. Okay, good to know. Okay. Okay, good. So you're a good boy. You're a good boy. 4 or 2 is a puppeteer. That is not accurate. Hey, Prodigal. Congrats on your first. How you doing? You are, in fact, a good boy.
Wow, wow, wow.
Between 2, 6, and 7, there's a minion, outcast, and villager. You're an outcast. So between 2 and 6, there's a minion and a villager. You told the truth, so you're saying there's a minion here. So I think 4 or 2 is puppeteer. I mean, that's just definitely not right. Four is lying, and 5 is the only minion. That is accurate. What does that mean, though? Trust purple. It's the best color after all, and a royal worthy color. I do like purple. Don't trust red. You mean look at it? That's true. Okay. How can both 4 and 8 be lying? Is my question. No. Well, I think you might be. Well, no, it doesn't make sense. Yellow is just slightly brighter red that is sick. 8 is a minion and 6 is a puppet. Do puppets register as... 8 can't be a minion. It has to be... You Slayer on 4. Slayer's not going to be able to activate because I'm pretty sure that's the puppet. I guess it... I mean, you can't be lying because if you were lying, all of them would be villagers, so you have to be correct. And you told the truth. So I guess maybe puppets count as minions? Yeah, I guess puppets must count as minions. And then the oracle's the other bad boy? Interesting. Yeah, puppets are minions. Okay, that's good to know. Good knowledge to have. Because they are red and control dolls to go off horror trope does not mean they're evil. I don't know if I agree with that there, Prodigal. All right, we have 1 outcast, which is actually 2 outcasts because there's a counselor. Got Lilith and a witch. Yikes. 10 is a real fortune teller. 1 card away from the closest evil, huh? Okay. Cured 1 corruption. That could possibly be true. Assuming that there's a plague doctor in here. Counterclockwise. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. Hmm. Hey, Jerry, how's it going? Closest evil is counterclockwise. That could maybe be true if the hunter is the closest evil, but it seems unlikely unless all of these people up here are evil. Is this game good? Yeah, this game is great. If you like social deduction style games without actually having to socially deduce things, like you don't have to have a bunch of other people, then yes, you would very much enjoy this game. Okay, but is good? It should be, technically. You want some of that good? What if I just murdered this poet? Yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense to me. Here's the thing, though. I still kind of don't think that, Quantic, what are you talking about? You know that means illegal substances. Stop it. Does it? It shows what I know. I'm apparently not cool enough to know stuff about that. Left side is more evil could technically be accurate, but if the hunter's telling the truth, then you would be the counselor. Prodigal's a baddie. Nice. All right, what if we just went ahead and murdered an architect? Yeah, okay, cool. And now we could reveal whoever we want. Okay, what does this mean? I think that might mean that 7 was an outcast, and maybe the alchemist is the counselor. Should rule me out. 10 is good. Yeah, 10 is good. That's true. Which means 1 is good. 2 is good as well. We're pleasantly oblivious towards any of the advanced slang, yeah. Din equals mommy. You missed me. What? You hit 3, 5, 9, 4, 7, 8, 9. Uh-huh. Sorry. Awioki forward. Keystrokes. Yeah, wonderful. I have no idea what's happening. You have 10 to detect the last evil. We already used 10, unfortunately. 9 is saying 6 is good, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Maybe 7 was the... I can use top 10. Oh, I can use 10 again. That's great. Are there any possible corruptions? Possibly. If 7 was a plague doctor... If 7 was a plague doctor, then yes. 1 is evil. 9, 4, or 3. You were telling the truth. So we're down to 9 and 6. 10 on 9 and 6. I mean, that's not going to help me because one of them is definitely evil. um. Okay, in that case, why don't we do you? One of you is evil. Okay, it's you. There you go. What were you, man? You must have been a plague doctor because you were corrupted. I do wish it would tell me what you were, though. But I think you had to be. Okay, what do we got? We got a puka and a shaman. And possibly a plague doctor. Possibly a bombardier. Okay, that's a problem. One of the outcasts is a bad boy. So you always disguise as a villager, so you, shaman, are one of the outcasts. Possible evil bomb? Yeah, it is a little scary. All right, let's try and figure out how Puka is first. Shaman exists, and there's only one duplicate, so you guys are good boys. You're 2 cards away from the closest corrupted character. That can't be true. That cannot be true because you'd be talking about the lover or the bombardier. Number 6 or number 2 is a shaman. I don't know how your lie works. I do feel like probably the bard is a shaman, though. Doc is good or Puka? I think Doc is good. Not corrupted. We're corrupted. 6 or 2 is a shaman? How does that work? In order for that to be true, what's your favorite class to see pop up? That's a good question, Jerry.
Just, you know what? Just get out. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Get out of my freaking shop. I'm losing my mind. I'm crashing out. Go away. I hate you.
It's fine. What is my favorite class to see show up? That's a tough one. Kind of like all the classes, but that's kind of a cop-out answer. I kind of like the fortune teller, I guess. Would it be spoilers or backseating to ask how many classes there are? Not at all. I don't know how many there are, though. I think there's like 62 planned, but I want to say there's like a dozen or so good guys. And I think there's like 6 or 7 bad guys. And there's probably like 5 or 6 outcasts, I think. You like Wretch? Yeah, Wretch is a good one. Doc Corrupted Poet. Use Doc on Poet. I used the Doc on the Enlightened. if the doc is real, here, you are under suspicion, lady. 1 is evil, 5, 2, or 7. 5, 2, or 7. 5, 2, or 7. That could be true. No, it can't. I think you're a liar. Yeah, okay. So you corrupted him. That is not super helpful because I still don't know. I still don't know if you're real. Six or 2 is shaman. One is evil, 5, 7, or 2. Who are you disguised as? The Empress. 5, 7, or 2. That means they're all good. 5, 7, 2. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Which means it has to be the Bombardier. But this doesn't make sense. I guess... No, that does make sense, because you would have been the corrupted one for sure, and that means Bombardier is bad boy. That was scary. I didn't like that. 2, 5, and 7 BO. Yes. If the Empress is lying, that means all of the people that they implicated is good. Are good. Grammar. Okay, what do we got? You know what? I can tell you, Jerry, my least favorite class is the Dreamer, because they feel worthless in 99% of cases. In terms of the villagers, at least. Okay, we got Ba, a shaman, twin minion. Okay. 5 is evil. 6 is evil. 3 is evil. What is happening? You've got 2 bakers that are saying they're the original bakers, so one of them is definitely bad. Your least favorite character is probably drunk. I agree. They are horrible to deal with. Ooh, Victor and Demir are on the same page. Create a lot of 50-50s. Yes, they do. Speaking of which, I see no outcasts, which means that we have a drunk. What's up with 8? I don't know. 5, 6, 8, all suspicious. All of the poets are suspicious because we can't have a duplicate here. Doesn't the drunk only turn into... a random not in play villager? Shaman duplicates, that's true. But I don't think both bakers would say they're the original baker, would they? Both original bakers can be true? Really? I'm the original baker. Okay. Let me think about this for a second. There are 2 bakers due to shaman, they could be true. Interesting. The poets are very confusing. If both the bakers are from the shaman, that would make 2 of the poets bad. So I'm going to assume that 9 is telling the truth. I was wrong. I'm so mad. Okay, but the drunk turns into a not in play villager, which means you're bad and you're bad. Oh boy. Sometimes you understand this game and sometimes your mind is blown. Yeah. Okay, that does mean that doesn't mean that you're right, that this person was right, which doesn't make any sense to me at all. That was a moment. Between 8, 3, and 5, there's a villager, an outcast, and a minion. 8, 3, 5. That doesn't make sense. 8, 3, and 5. Bad boy. Yeah. So the baker transformed an unrevealed baker into a baker. Apparently. That's very confusing. Okay, good. We did it. That was tough. All right, and before we move on to the next round, we do have an ad coming up in about 50-ish seconds, so we might as well take it now. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. We're going to sit here on this screen and listen to 3 minutes of music, so feel free to grab a snack, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch your legs, rebel against everything I ever done said, do whatever you need to do, but don't go too far because we'll be back in 3 minutes. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you're having a fun stream so far. This is going to be a rough one. So we have a doppelganger and a drunk. I mean, or a drunk. So someone's disguised, but we don't know if we can trust them. I guess the drunk technically would be... Thank you, Zamir. The drunk is technically going to be a not-in-play villager, so one of them is going to be bad if there is a drunk. For a fortune teller doesn't make any sense. Could be the drunk, though. Enlightened is saying that you're a bad boy, though. Okay. I mean, that's great. That's fantastic. Good 0 corruptions. That is just the truth. Okay. I can't help but notice that there are 2 fortune tellers and 2 enlightened. You told the truth, though, so you're definitely a good boy. Which means that you are either bad or you're the shaman pair, and you guys are confusing. So why don't we do... That was accurate. You're dead. Easy dub. All right, what you got for me this time? Puka shaman, potentially a drunk, potentially a wretch. Your 2 corruptions is not possible. So you are confusing. There's only 1 pair here, which means that you are the shaman pairs. That doesn't mean you're good, but it does mean you're the shaman pair. Lover is saying there's 2 evils adjacent to you, which does not make sense. Which means the architect is Puka. Good point. The architect is the lover. Whoops. Which means you're not corrupt, which means you're evil. That doesn't make sense. You're telling me that there's an ultimate slayer that goes to random villages and obliterates evil? Yeah. 116 villages is a lot of villages. Yeah, I feel like that's supposed to reset. And it doesn't. Okay, what am I learning here? I don't know. We have a drunk. I think the drunk is the alchemist. 5 is a shaman. I just tried to murder 5 with the slayer. Right side is more evil. That's not necessarily true, because I think that the architect can say that both sides are evil, so I don't know which part of that is a lie. Or it's equal because 8 was corrupted before lying? Yeah. Closest evil's counterclockwise doesn't make much sense. You judge on 6? Why? To see if it's lying? He lies, he's evil. That's a good point. I don't think he's evil, though. Closest evil is counterclockwise. I mean, that's just not right. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. One is evil? That's kind of what I'm thinking. That would make perfect sense, because then the poet would be 1, 2. There we go. 5 was the drunk. Makes sense. Okay, we got 2 outcasts. Poisoner and Lilith. Yikes. Is that allowed? I don't know if you're allowed to have 2 of the same one. Your mind is too patat. Your turn to figure it out. You'll eat cookies and cheer me up. Thank you. 2 is a real bombardier that flies in the face of what 3 is saying. 9 or 3 is a poisoner. That's not accurate. That can't possibly be true. Because if it was true, then the Oracle would be lying. Between 1, 3, and 2, there's an outcast, a villager, and a minion. Assuming the bishop is right. Assuming the bishop is right, then 2 is bad. Three and 7 contradict each other? Yes, they do. Here's the problem I'm having. I think you are a villager. Which would make the bombardier here a bad boy. But you don't make any sense. So you could be the poisoner and you could be wrong. Who is a real bombardier? Two might be poisoner? Then this would be wrong. Five says the truth. Three's got to be a villager. Yeah. Accurate. Okay, so where are we at? 1 or 2 is the poisoner. It has to be. Because evil can't turn into stuff. And I don't think... Yeah, you don't turn into... So one of them is a bad boy. 2 is a real bombardier. Is what you're saying. You're saying 2 is not a real bombardier. You're saying one of them is not. Or can be a poisoner. That's true. But no, it can't be true. Unless... No, I guess it could. If this was the real bombardier. But if 4 was the poisoner and this was a bad boy... 4 can't be the poisoner. No. That's not accurate. The poisoner is one of these two. It has to be. Because this guy turns into a villager and this guy can't turn into an outcast. So you're probably a drunk. Or you could be bad. The problem, though, is that these two cannot coexist. An option to reveal the last card? True, but then we lose 2 more health. I kind of think we have to, though. Why haven't I reeled 9? Because I didn't want to lose the 2 health. Lilith is 2 cards away from the closest evil. This is accurate. This is Lilith. This... Nine or 3 is the poisoner. Two must be the bomb. I'm so confused. Lilith is 2 away from the closest evil because the closest evil is Wretch. Two is evil is what I think too. I think 2 is the poisoner, but what doesn't make sense to me is that you are saying 9 or 3. Ah, because the wretch shows up as something else. So you are telling the truth. So you are a good boy. You are a good boy. It has to be 2. It has to be. And you're poisoned. Okay, I hated that. Evil bombardiers are horrible. Yeah, that was confusing. Okay, we got a puppeteer that has gotten a bad boy. Lilith. And only 1 outcast, huh? Okay. Doppelganger, I wish you could have picked someone more useful to be. 4 is good. 2 or 7 is a puppeteer. Between 4, 7, and 8, there's an outcast, a villager, and a minion. So 8's probably the doppelganger. Two or 7 is a puppeteer. Four is lying. There's only 1 outcast. The bombardier could be the puppeteer. I think the bombardier is the puppeteer. I think Gemcrafter is the puppet. 7 and 8. Kill 3 for info? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. 4 and 3 are lying. I don't think 4 is lying. I think the puppeteer is 2. But I think 3 is a puppet. Yep. Okay. You were telling the truth. There is a doppelganger. That's true. Okay. Between 4, 7, and 8, there's an outcast, a villager, a minion. 4 is telling the truth, so 4 is the villager. Or potentially the outcast. No, it's definitely the villager. 8 was the outcast, so 7 was... 7 was what? That doesn't make sense. No. I think 6... 6, I think, is the last bad guy. No, you're okay, Kozio. Yeah, I think 6 is lying, so that means that 1 is actually the doppelganger. And I think 6 is Lilith. Yeah. Good job, everyone. Okay, we have Puka, the witch, minion, 1 outcast that's either Wretch or Bombardier. Okay, we have a witch. Good point. We have a Bombardier, but the Bombardier could be either the witch or the minion, and the last card could be an outcast, technically. No hidden outcast? There could be one still. 1 is a real knitter. 7 is a real bishop. Okay. Why are there 2 of you? That doesn't make sense. All right, you guys are suspicious. Between 2, 9, and 6, there's a villager, a minion, and an outcast. 2, 9, 6. Two cards away from the closest evil. Technically, the Bombardier could still be the twin minion or the witch. Evils try to disguise themselves as a not in play minion, right? A unique villager cannot double claim a good character. 8 is evil, then 7 is evil. But then 1 must be lying. Keep in mind that some people are corrupted here. You think 6 is evil? Hunter says he's 2 cards away from the closest evil. 7 is sus. I agree that 7 is sus. If 7 is lying, though, that would make 2, 9, and 6 all good. Okay, why don't we do... Doesn't help me as much as I would have liked. I think we can afford to do a little murder. I am thinking that 2 might be Puka, though. Never mind. Okay. So one of you is bad and one of you is just corrupted. I think the evils are definitely adjacent to each other, so I'm going to go out on a limb and say that I have no idea who is who. One is not a knitter. I think 1 is definitely telling the truth because 1 has to be good because one of you two is a bad guy and that makes you adjacent. Oh, no, they're not adjacent to each other. That's not true. This is definitely not true. 6 is lying? Yeah, both 8 and 6 are lying. 1 is a bad guy. 1 is just corrupted. What's up with 3? I think 3 is right. I think the knitter is bad. Yeah. You're 3 away from a corrupted character. 1, 2, 3. That makes you the bad boy. Easy dub. Okay, we figured it out. Good stuff. All right, we got Puka, Poisoner, Plague Doctor, potentially, which would be a lot of corrupted people for a 9-card deck. Drunk, potentially here. Bombardier. Okay, we see a bombardier. That doesn't necessarily mean that it is a real bombardier, because it could be the poisoner, and there could be a drunk. 6 is good. You were a judge. That doesn't sound right. Number 3 is a real drunk. 3 is a real gem crafter. What? Wait, hold on. Night, Redclaw. Thanks so much for being here. Sleep well. 3 is a real gem crafter. 3 is a real drunk. Is there a way? Is there a way for there to be 2 mediums? Not 2 legit ones. Okay, so if you say the truth and they lie and they say more truth, stab someone, a poisoner. Thought they were saying the truth. We move fast around here, Demir. All right. Obviously, you two are suspicious. You're very suspicious. You're very suspicious. 1 is evil. 8, 1, or 4. 8, 1, or 4. I feel like 4 is evil. To be honest. You're saying the truth. What does that mean? I mean, first things first. We murdered it. Well, hold on. That doesn't make sense. If 3 is drunk, then 6 is bad. Yeah. 6 could be a poisoner. I don't think it could, though. I think 6 might be Puka. Let's try murdering the baker. Okay. So we can't trust any information that you or you give. If you're corrupted and a liar, it means 8, 1, and 4 are all good. Right? Yeah. 8, 1, and 4. You are a real drunk. You're a bad boy. 3 is a real gem crafter. That makes you a damn dirty liar, and you're not corrupted, so you're bad. Easy dub. Okay, good. Not too shabby. We got a witch and a Lilith. And 2 outcasts. Thank you. 4 is good. That's possibly true. All right. One of the puppeteers is bad. Which means they're the witch. 4 is good, according to you. We have the potential for number 1 to be corrupt. They're lying. They're not corrupt. Makes me think that 1 is bad. Okay. 4 is good, which means that 4 is the other one. Yeah. Dub. Probably should have revealed. Well, I couldn't have because that was the witch. Okay. What do we got? We got 1 outcast, Ba, and the witch. You are a good boy. You are dead. Sorry, confessor. You know I love you. 2 is good. Okay. There's only one outcast here. There's no duplicates, which means you are good. Can't be stopped. Fingers crossed. We're trying to go for a high score here. The high score to beat was 7,000, and we got pretty close. I think we got to like 6,500. But we've been challenged to get over 7,000. Okay. There are no outcasts. That is true, because you don't register as an outcast, which means that's true. You cured 0 corruptions. That's also true. So it has to be you? 5, 2, or evil? Sorry, 5, 2, or 7. That's all just not accurate. You're dead? Get out of here. It gets over 6,000, difficulty goes to the roof? Yeah, this is a very challenging game. All right, we got one outcast, a poisoner, Ba. Potentially a drunk or a doppely-doo. It's definitely either a drunk or a doppely-doo. I see no duplicates, so it's a drunk. And we also have a poisoner and Ba. Yikes. Okay, 4 is good, is what you say. 4 was affected by an evil. Or was affected by an evil. There's no way for both of you to be correct. Because if 4 was affected by an evil, the poisoner would have to be next to 4. Which makes me think that you're probably the poisoner. There are no corrupted characters is 100% not correct. So you are suspicious. Outcast among them. There's a doppelganger? That's definitely not accurate. Why is everyone on this board suspicious? Okay. Huh. It could be accurate? I don't think so. Because a doppelganger has to take the place of an existing villager. I mean, 7, 2, and 3. 7, 2, and 3. 7, 2, and 3. 7, 2, and 3. You can't be lying because there's simply no way that these guys are good. But how would you be? You have to be telling the truth. But you can't be telling... Hold on. There are no corrupted characters. That cannot be accurate. Any Dead by Daylight players in chat? I played like a while ago when it came out, but not anytime since then. You're an avid enjoyer of watching Dead by Daylight, but not playing. That's fair. You haven't played Dead by Daylight in a while. You could totally type. I got what you meant. Don't worry about it. Okay. Let me think about this. How can 3 and 4 both be telling the truth? Oh boy, I'm confused. 4 can't. Dude, what the hell, man? I'm so confused. Time to use Slayer? It's close to time to use Slayer. Let me think about this for a second. 7, 2, and 3. If you're lying, all of them are good. There's simply no way that all of them could be good because only one... There's only one good character that's corrupted. Okay? So you have to be telling the truth. 7, 2, and 3. That means there's a minion between one of you. The most likely case, then, is that 3 is the poisoner. 4 is... sorry. But you can't... 3 can't be lying, though, because then 4's information wouldn't be accurate. I don't understand how 3 and 5 can both exist. Okay, I guess we're gonna Jester. Three evils, you say? That can't happen. Oh my god, so you're a liar too. What is going on? How is everyone lying? What the fuck is happening? Okay. Hold on. 7, 2. There's no... This can't be a lie. Cannot be a lie. Is there ever a case in which evil can tell the truth? I don't think they're supposed to be able to. I feel like that just happened to you. 5 can be poisoner. Five can't be poisoner if 4 is telling the truth. And 4 has to be telling the truth. Which means you are telling the truth. Which means that the villager here has to be 3. Which means 7 and 2 are bad boys. I'm just going to start murdering. Okay. Good to know. You are correct. Your information's horrible, but you're incorrect. You are not affected by an evil, so you're probably drunk. You are definitely a good boy. So we're down to Druid and or Witness. You can't be affected, though. 7, 2, and 3. You're the drunk. You're the bad boy. Oh my goodness, that was confusing. Was your entire speech that you wrote before it turned into prophecy? Okay, that was confusing. And I hated it. But we got there. I think they definitely made the game harder, by the way. What with increasing the percentage chance of minions turning into outcasts. There's 4 evils this time, meaning the puppeteer did get someone. So just about half the deck is evil, which is awful, especially since we have Lilith, who is going to murder someone. Okay, we've already encountered... We've already encountered a minion. I don't know which one is the minion, but one of them is a minion. Definitely see that there are generally more cards in deck view. Yes. There is a bombardier I'm murdering. Okay, which means you're a puppet. You were a baker. Okay. You were a good boy. So we've encountered the real outcast, which means there's not a drunk. There's a shaman and Lilith left. One is evil, 1, 8, or 9. Well, it's not 1 and it's not 9, so 8, who are you? Counterclockwise, it's closest to evil. That seems probably correct, to be honest. Evils are not adjacent to each other is factually incorrect. Which means you're a bad boy, because no one's corrupt. Okay. Okay, you were bad. Easy dub. That's so many cards. Okay, so there's 2 outcasts here because of the counselor. Who knows what they might be, because Ba's adding an extra one. So there's 2 minions, 2 outcasts, and Ba. Minions, 2 outcasts, and Ba. There are, in fact, 2 outcasts, so these are not necessarily real. All 5 outcasts in view? I think this might be all the outcasts, huh? I think you might be right about that, Demir. The problem is we don't know for sure that these 2 are real outcasts. There could be a doppelganger, and one of these guys could be disguised. Closest evil is counterclockwise does not make sense if the wretch is here. You're 1 card away from a corrupted character. Not corrupted. You cured 0 corruptions. You 2, I'm realizing, cannot be near each other. Sorry, I just sneezed. Hopefully you didn't hear that. You were an oracle doesn't make sense either. How many corrupted characters could there be? Thank you. Appreciate that. There could technically be up to 2. You definitely heard that, sorry. It could technically be up to 2 corrupted people. You were an oracle just does not make sense. You could technically be corrupted. 2 pairs of evil. I'm going to start murdering, I think. I think you're wrong. Yeah. Said you were not corrupted. And if you're not corrupted, the bard has to be bad. Also, there shouldn't be 2 bards. 2 could be counselor. That's true. I don't think it's right, though. I think this bard is a bad boy. I was wrong. Okay, there's a possibility that you guys were saying the same thing about this guy being corrupted. Now that I think about it, which means you could be a doppelganger, but then... Yeah, you could be a doppelganger, which means you're real, which means you're not real. And you're probably the counselor. Yep, I was very wrong. God damn it. Plague Doctor was a counselor. That's very annoying. You were 1 away from the... I mean, all right. To be fair to us, mostly me, we had 4 of 9 cards just totally giving me bad information. Oh, boy, I hated that. Getting score got a step tougher? Yeah. I think 7,000 might be freaking out of reach, man. All right. We have 1 outcast. I hate the drunk. I hate the drunk so much. My least favorite card, easily. Okay. Mine is a real hunter. 2 cards away from the closest evil. You guys are probably both good then, because I don't see how you'd be saying different information. Okay. Okay. What about earlier claim of Dreamer? Dreamer's my least favorite villager. 3 is evil, 9 is corrupted is not accurate. I hate how often the freaking minions are turning into dudes. I can't reveal any more cards or else we die. You're 1 card away from the closest evil. 9 is a real hunter. We're going Hail Mary. It's you and you. I cannot believe that we did that. Of the 5 cards that I revealed, 4 of them were just bullshit. Wow. That sucked. Giga Chad, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. All right, we got 2 outcasts. At least after killing Lilith first, you could have played it safe. That's a good point. I did completely forget about that. Okay, 2 outcasts, a minion, and Lilith. All right. No one's corrupt here, so you're telling the truth. Someone's gonna die. There are 2 mediums, which could technically be possible if there's a Doppely-Do, or if there's a drunk and the other one's bad. 6 is a real bard, you say? You're 3 cards away from a corrupted character. If we use the judge on the medium, and it says that they're lying, how does that work? I am confused. I think that you're drunk, but you've told the truth, which is confusing. So you're a bad boy. We accidentally made the judge tell the truth. It's an infinite cycle. Okay. Lilith is still around. 1 is evil, 7, 9, or 1. That's accurate. The judge is Lilith because you can't have a drunk that plays as a character that's in play. What is happening? I don't understand this round. Three is evil? I don't understand what is happening. I think 3 can't be a drunk. But 3,
You know what? Just get out. I hate you.
Don't
I hate
understand.
you. I hate you. Get out of my freaking shop. I'm losing my mind. I'm crashing out. Go away. I hate you.
Thank you. Okay, here's what I'm thinking. It's got to be the Enlightened, right? This one doesn't make any sense at all. 3 is a real judge, but 1 is lying, which means 1 is telling the truth. I think, but 3 can't be the drunk. So what is 3? I don't understand what's happening. I think we found ourselves in a logical loop that doesn't make any sense to me. We could use 3 again. don't understand. I don't understand. The drunk is not supposed to be able to be anyone that's in play. That is what the drunk says, correct? Maybe. Okay. I see that. I see. This is a doppelganger. This is Lilith. Stop. You confused me, Lilith, you piece of trash. All right, good. Well done, us. We done did it. Okay. I hate when the drunk and the doppelganger appear as options together. It's so confusing, man. Witch, twin mid. Witch, twin mid. Witch, twin mid. 2 is a real drunk. Okay. 1 is evil. 2, 4, or 7. You are evil. No. You can't be evil. Because if you were right, then you couldn't be a real drunk.
No, God! No, God, please, no!
Mm-hmm.
No!
Yep.
No!
Mm-hmm.
No!
Bombardier, we needed you. True. What does it mean that you were affected by evil? I don't think anyone can be affected by evil, right? Why is everyone a villager? Because someone here is either a drunk or a doppelganger. You're 4 cards away from the corrupted character. That lines up with what 1 is saying. I think it's accurate. I think you're a drunk. Drunk can only be things that are not in play. Which would make this guy correct. You are lying. You're a bad boy. Okay. There's 2 slayers, which does not make sense. So here's what we do. What? What? Are you both evil? Okay. One of them be drunk? No. Use Dreamer on 7. It's a weird confessor. Yep. That could have worked too. That was a weird one. All right, what do we got next? We got Shaman, Puppeteer, and Ba. The Puppeteer got someone because we saw that there's 4 evil over here. That means of the 9 cards, 4 of them are bad and 1 of them's an outcast. Lovely. Secure to corruption is simply not accurate. Idiot. Okay. There's 1 outcast, but technically it doesn't have to be the Bombardier. Could be a doppelganger. The puppet becomes someone that's not in play, if I'm not mistaken. You're 1 card away from the closest evil, okay? 758. 758. 58. You 2 are corroborating each other's stories. I think 7's probably a puppet. And 6 is probably the puppeteer. Between 8, 3, and 6 is an outcast, a villager, and a mini. 8, 3, and 6. 8, 3, and 6. 8, 3, and 6. Hmm. Yeah. That makes sense to me. You're telling the truth. Okay. 3 is a real bishop. 7, 5, and 8. There's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. Minion, an outcast, and a villager. That doesn't sound right. 8, 3, and 6. There's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. Six was in fact a minion. How are 3 and 8 saying the same? I mean, 8 is the villager. 7 was the minion. 5 is an outcast. Which would make 4 a bad boy. 8, 3, and 6, but that can't be true because if you're lying, then 6 would be good. I am confused. Who is left? There's a shaman left. I forgot that the shaman was a thing. So the bombardier's probably real. 7, 5, and 8. You identified a minion, and so did you. You both identified minions. 7, 5, and 8. 8, 3, and 6. Both of you have identified 8 as someone. Probably a villager. There could also be 2 mediums. There's either 2 mediums or 2 bishops. I don't think the doppelganger's here, but I'm not positive. One of your pairs is true, which makes me think that you two are both legit. 7, 5, and 8. 7, 5, and 8. 7 was a minion. 5 and 8. 5 and 8. 5. How could 5 be an outcast? You can't be lying because you can't be bad. 8, 3, and 6. 6 was the minion. So you cannot be lying at all. Okay. 8 could be a doppelganger. Is it possible that the bombardier is bad? I don't know what's happening. I'm very confused. I want to start murdering. 3 and 6. And 5 and 8. Both of you are saying 8. Could be a doppelganger. I think maybe the bombardier is not real. Jesus Christ, I hated that. Oh boy. Hold up a 6 a minion. Yeah, puppeteer's a minion. Did not like that. Was not a fan. Doppelganger, why'd you have to confuse me like that? All right, before we go into this next round, we have an ad coming up. So I guess that we will take it right now. Don't worry, you're not going to miss anything. We're just going to take a quick 3-minute ad break. So feel free to grab a snack, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch your legs. Rebel against everything I've ever said. It doesn't matter. Do whatever you need to do, but don't go too far because we'll be back in 3 minutes. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. How we doing? How we doing? I forgot to look at this. Fish with ad cat on your lap? Hell yeah, dude. All right, we have a drunk and or a wretch. If we don't see a wretch, we'll know it's a drunk. We see multiple. I don't know what to do with that. Got Lilith as well. You two are not giving accurate information. Interesting. Uh-huh. Well. Oh, God, I hate having the drunk. I really hate the drunk. I hate the drunk. Jeez Louise, man. All right, well, you start again. There are 3 evils, you say. On the first round, there's 3 evils, huh? Are you sure? Oh, boy. Okay. Cool. Okay. It tells me that having 129 villages is what makes it so difficult. Yeah, I think it's probably supposed to reset, but it doesn't seem to be. Was out for a midnight pee, now knows too much. That's funny. Okay. I don't think anyone here can be affected by evil, which means you're very suspicious here. So you're either the drunk and the bombardier is not real, or you're a bad boy. What? Puka exists. You hate to see that. I did forget that there's a Puka. That's a good point. That does mean that this knight... Let me double check that. This knight can't be corrupted. Good. One is evil 6, 5, or 4. I mean, that is true. Hmm. 5 or 8 is a twin minion. Both are good. Okay, so 5 and 8 are both good. Hello, Dark Kirby God. How you doing? What evils do we have? We have Puka and then the minions. Just the regular plain old minions. There might be a drunk in here, though. The new update made it so that minions are much more likely to turn into outcasts. So it's making the game significantly harder, I will say. 7 and 9? Could be. Could definitely be. One way to check is by using the Dreamer's ability on Puka. Or dead. You are for sure telling the truth. You're dead. That makes minions not adjacent to each other, which is true. Okay. Good to know. Now we only have Puka. We have one outcast. So if we don't see a doppelganger... I mean, if we don't see a plague doctor, there's a doppelganger. Well, this is confusing. Okay, we know that the plague doctor is real because evils cannot turn into... Evils cannot turn into outcasts. 6 or 7 is a twin minion is not correct. Original Baker is for sure the original Baker, and their ability went off, so you can't be Puka. So you're corrupt. 5 is evil. You're dead. Easy dub. Evils can be outcast, but only if they're copied. Really? That's confusing. Okay. We have... I hate having the drunk and the doppelganger together. Ooh, yikes. Played for a while? Yeah, this is our 3rd stream playing, so we've played for about, I don't know, like 12 hours so far. Hey, Cap Hardship, how you doing? We got a witch and Ba. Okay. There are no corrupted characters. That's potentially true, assuming there's not a drunk. All right, one of the outcasts is not real. 2 is good. If 2 is good, that's probably true that there's no corrupted characters. Highly unlikely that there's also a drunk. So I'm willing to believe both of you. You're 3 away from the closest evil. Okay. Assuming you're right, and you're right, the bombardier is the witch. And I'm willing to trust you guys. Yeah. Which means the last one has to be... Wait, hold on. Hold the frickin' phone. That doesn't make any sense. I think we just got very lucky, because the hunter should be seeing the wretch. Ooh, boy. We got real lucky with that, huh? Yikes. Okay. My bad. So, the hunter accidentally told the truth, which is interesting. I don't think that's supposed to be possible. No. He didn't tell the truth because he wasn't telling the truth because the closest evil was technically the wretch, but he accidentally ratted out the other one, which is funny. Okay, good to know. Okay, so we have 2 outcasts. We have the minion and we have Lilith. Between 2, 7, and 5, there's a villager, an outcast, and a minion. You would be the outcast. Someone's gonna die. Thank you so much for subscribing there, Dusty Dunks. Appreciate you. Okay, well, that's potentially another outcast. What is evil? 8, 7, or 3? 8, 7, or 3? 8, 7, or 3? You 2 are both implicating 7. You can't be lying, which is confusing. No. You're telling the truth because you're going to register as a minion. So these are the 2 that are correct. Okay. We can reveal 9, but then we're going to lose 2 more health, which is dumb, in my opinion, since no one's getting murdered. So let's try not to do that. There's only 1 pair of evil. That could be true, but seems very unlikely. 1 is evil, 8, 7, or 3. Okay. 7 or 3. If you're lying, that would mean that 8, 7, and 3 are all good. I think 7 is good, though. 8 can't be bad. 3 could be bad, I suppose. The 2 health doesn't matter. That's technically true. Unless we somehow see a knight. But then I wouldn't be able to murder the knight. Although the knight could be corrupted. Alright, tell you what. The fortune teller should see that the wretch is evil. So the fortune teller is telling the truth. The fortune teller is good. Which would make... You are dead. I was wrong. Okay. You think it could be 9 and 4 with 6 being corrupted. Well, apparently 3 was corrupted. 5 is evil is not helpful to me. Seven or 3. I think 6 is evil. Evils are not adjacent to each other. That is definitely not accurate. So it's 6 and 9. Yeah, because the wretch counts as an evil. Okay. Sorry for murdering you there, Judge. That's my bad. Oh, why are there so many outcasts? Okay, we got the puppeteer. He has turned someone evil because there's 3 here instead of 2. So we have the puppeteer and Puka. I'm seeing 1 outcast. So we either have a doppelganger pair or we have a drunk and also a bad boy. We're 1 card away from the closest evil, huh? There are no outcasts. That could be true. Okay, I think that's accurate. I was wrong. You're not corrupt, though, so the knight's not Puka. I think 9 is potentially Puka. Six is confirmed good. Why do you say that? One of these could still be a doppelganger. By 7. Not corrupted. I'm angry. I'm very angry. I absolutely hate the drunk. I hate the drunk. I hate it. Oh my god. Oh boy. I hate it. I hate it so much. I really do. I was pretty sure that Puka was bad, and was number 9. But the damn dirty freaking puppeteer, huh? Dude, getting the... Just to be clear, we had 2 outcasts that disguised themselves, and 1 that was a damn freaking minion. Since when can evil pose as non-in-game outcasts? This is not an evil, technically. It's a minion. And they always could, if I'm not mistaken. But they got much more likely to in the most recent update. Game definitely got significantly harder in the most recent update. I hate the drunk. I hate it. I hate it so very much. It's the worst, and it's annoying. And having the drunk and the doppelganger at the same time is the worst, dude. Okay. Rough. Because we're 133 villages in. Probably true. Probably true. You could not have possibly cured... No, that's not true. You could have cured 2 corruptions. No, you could not have possibly cured 2 corruptions. No, that's true. You could. You could have cured this one and this one, I guess. No. You couldn't have. Because the poisoner has to be next to... If you were the poisoner and you got corrupted, you could potentially have done that. Here, hold on. I don't believe you. Okay. 4 is evil. That's what I thought. You're the poisoner. You're not the poisoner. Between 5, 3, and 1, there's an outcast, a villager, and a minion. I mean, you're the minion. 5, 3, and 1. What? I think 5, 3, and 1. You're definitely good. You're definitely good. None of you is an outcast. You didn't cure here, so you're probably bad. But then what the hell does that mean? 3 cured 1 wouldn't be corrupted. Yeah. 1 is drunk? There shouldn't be a drunk, just to be clear, unless the bombardier is bad. Five, 3, and 1. You're definitely not telling the truth. 7 lies as well. That's what I think too. Can 3 be corrupted by Plague Doc? No. Unless the bombardier is the poisoner. Hmm. 5, 3, and 1. This is definitely not correct, though, because 1 is definitely good. 5 is definitely good, or else their ability wouldn't have gone off. So you are a damn dirty liar. But how are you a damn dirty liar? I see. Hold on. You are telling the truth. 5, 3, and 1 are all good. You were corrupted by the Plague Doctor. You were corrupted by... No, it doesn't make sense. Who's the second outcast? Plague Doctor is definitely for real because he told the truth about 4 being evil. I think Bombardier has to be the poisoner, right? You think 2 is poisoner? I think so too. Maybe 7 is drunk? I think no matter how we slice it, the Bombardier has to be a bad boy. Try 3 first. I think we try 7 first. I think 7 is drunk. Yeah. So that means that this is definitely the poisoner. Sorry for murdering you there, drunk. You deserve it, though. Oh, boy. Okay, that was a confusing one. Anytime you have the drunk and Just a drunk in general. It's confusing. All right, poisoner, counselor, Ba. And one outcast, which is actually two outcasts. There are two outcasts. That does not necessarily mean that they're both real outcasts, because there could still be a drunk or a doppelganger. We do have two mediums. There are no outcasts. I don't think that's correct. 2 or 6 is a poisoner. I think that's true. I think that 3 is poisoned. And 2 is the poisoner. Between 1, 5, and 7. 1, 5, and 7. 1, 5, 7. There's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. You can't be lying, though, because you are definitely not a villager. And if you're lying, everyone is a villager. You were real. 1 is evil. 1, 3, or 7. 1, 3, or 7. 1, 3, or 7. There are no outcasts. Slayer couldn't kill 3, which means 3 is probably real. 2 or 6 is poisoner. I'm gonna be stupid. Yep. God damn it. Might be the fastest we lost a run. I don't know if I like how hard the game has gotten, guys. It was plenty hard before. Okay, we got Puka, who can't disguise herself as an outcast and either a drunk or a plague doctor. Got a plague doctor, so there's upwards of 3 people that are corrupted. We can reset it? How? Also, not even counting, I'm not even talking about this. I'm just talking about they made a patch that made the game harder. There's only 1 pair of evil. That seems possibly wrong, because there is only 1 evil. 4 is evil. Good. Go back to the menu and go in again. We started off at like 90 something. I don't think it gets reset. Okay. Ba, Witch, and 1 outcast.
So why are you doing this to me?
It's a fair question.
Oh my god.
Okay, you definitely did not cure any corruptions, so that's correct. 5 is a real empress. 2, 6, or 7 are evil. I'm thinking that 5 and 4. Wait, that doesn't make sense. 5 is a real empress. 4 says closest is counterclockwise. That just doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Because this should say equidistant. Is there a drunk here? No, drunk's not an option. One is evil, 2, 6, or 7. could be 4 and 6, I suppose. Nope. Fastest we've ever lost. I am angry. Oh, man. We are, we're tilted over here. Here, why don't we go back to the main menu and see if we could get out of this 135 level hell. I don't think we can, though.
Just, you know what? Just get out. I hate you. I hate you. I hate you. Get out of my freaking shop. I'm losing my mind.
you.
I'm crashing
Thank
out.
you.
Go away. I hate you.
Thank you. We could reset our progress, but then we'd have to unlock everyone again and also unlock endless mode, and I don't really feel like doing that. So I guess we'll continue going in with this ridiculously high village count and hope that one day we somehow get good. All right, we got a shaman, a witch, and Ba. There's 9 cards, and 3 of them are evil. That's pretty rough. Eight was affected by an evil. You are 8, my friend. The hunters are both saying the same thing, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. There's 1 outcast. We see a bombardier. You are telling the truth. You are probably a bombardier. 8 was affected by evil. I don't think that's accurate, my friend. Could be Ba. You're lying. You're telling the truth. Okay. And that means 6 is a bad boy. There we go. Who needs a last card? All right, we got a puppeteer that did, in fact, get a minion. We've got Lilith and a drunk, which is just the fucking worst. Puppet is 1 card away from closest evil. That just is true. And since that's true, that's true. Bombardier. There's 1 outcast. You are a good boy. Confessor, you're my favorite. Between 1, 2, and 5, there's a minion, a villager, and an outcast. 1, 2, 5. Okay. That is not correct. Which means you're a damn dirty liar. Which means you're a puppet. Probably reveal what you are, though. Okay. In 5, 10, and 1 means they're all good. We already knew that, though. That means you're the last evil? Okay. Wonderful. All right, good stuff. We have Ba and a witch. And 2 outcasts. One or 4 is a witch. 4 is a real jester. I hate you. I hate the drunk. I hate the drunk. I hate the drunk. I hate it. I hate it so very much. My goodness, do I hate the drunk. Okay. You were a poet. There are no other poets, so that makes sense. Is 1 card away from the closest evil. Okay. 1 or 4 is a witch. That was correct. You are correct, my friend. We have 1 evil left. Murder the Slayer. Good. Not too shabby. You know, devs cooked hard when you're ready to burn one of the characters. Yeah, I hate the drunk. I hate it. It's annoying. And I don't know that it should be an outcast, to be honest. I think its effect is so horrible that it's worse than some of the evils. Like, it's so annoying. So there's a Puka and one outcast. Puka cannot disguise herself as an outcast, so we have a drunk. You'll love to see that. One is evil, 3, 1, or 7. Okay. 3, 1, or 7. 3, 1, 7. 3, 1, 7. What does that mean? Hookah plus drunk plus no plague talk equals madness. It is rough. It is certainly rough. Okay. 7 is good, is what you're saying. 3 could be Puka. If 3 was Puka, your information would not be reliable. Dub. Up to 4 characters are lying here. Only 3. It's fine. Dreamer is fucking dumb, as always. I hate the Dreamer. It's stupid, it's the worst, and it's never right about anything ever. It's a moron, and I hate it. Oh, boy. Okay, we have Ba, the shaman, and a counselor. And two outcasts. This is just so unhelpful to me. We have 4 people claiming to be the baker, 2 of which are claiming to be the original baker, which makes very little sense to me. Oh boy. Between 2, 1, and 9, there's a villager, an outcast, and a minion. You're 1 away from the corrupted character. One away from a corrupted character. One away from a corrupted character. There shouldn't be any corrupted characters. Today is just, yeah, tough day. Yeah, I agree. Okay. That's a gimme. I mean, we're not getting really any information here. 2, 1, and 9. I mean, you can't corrupt anyone, so let's try to murder the knight. The knight is good. Okay. Shaman is 3 cards away from the closest evil. I have no idea. All of our cards are bakers. So, oh boy. There's 2 outcasts. There's a shaman, so there should be 2 bakers as well. I can't help but notice that there's no duplicates outside of the bakers. It's possible that the shaman hit bakers and then the doppelganger is also a baker. Which I think makes it so that you're a bad boy. And you're a bad boy. Gotta hate that. I was not a fan of that. Thank you. 9 could be counselor. I don't think the 9 could have been a counselor. Yeah, 9 had to be either a doppelganger or the original baker. Never mind. No worries. You don't understand? I barely understand too, Demir. For this one, though, what I suspected was that probably what happened was the shaman hit the baker. It had to have, because we saw no other duplicates. And also we had a doppelganger because we didn't see a second outcast, and the only one that could disguise itself was a doppelganger. So it had to have been one of the bakers. Meaning that the 2 that said they're original bakers, I think the doppelganger has to say that they're original bakers. 4 valid bakers. Yeah, they're all bakers all the way down. The only non-baker we had was the knight. That was all a mess. It was all very confusing. But at least there wasn't a drunk. Okay. We have Ba, a poisoner, a witch, and only 1 outcast. One of the bombardiers is a bad boy. That is for sure. Okay. The bishops could be doppelganger pair. Between 3, 7, and 9, there's a villager and many outcasts. 3, 7, 9. 3, 7, 9. Okay. Between 5, 6, and 7, villager, outcast, minion. That does not sound right to me. I think you're wrong. You could absolutely be poisoned, though. Evils are not adjacent to each other. I'm leaning towards the bombardier being a poisoner. Does bishop scare you? One evil. I think that the bombardier is a poisoner. Oh, man, now I'm confused. Does bishop scare you because they say nothing about 2 or 4? Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Okay. What have we learned here? 5 is saying that 3 is lying. I think one of the bombardiers is bad. 3, 7, and 9. Evils are not adjacent to each other. That could be true. Two being the poisoner makes sense because then this one would be wrong, and then 6, 5, and 7 would all be good. But then, if 5 was good, how would 3 be lying? Because 3 said that one of these was bad. 3, 7, and 9. If you're lying, 3 is good, so is 7. What if we murder 3? You were corrupted. Means the bombardier is for sure. One of the bombardiers is for sure the poisoner, which is what we thought. I don't know which one is which, to be very clear. I think it's got to be 2. I was wrong. God damn it. Ah! Yep, that is frustrating. All right. Well, we start again. Okay. We have 2 outcasts, Lilith, minion, and a counselor. That checks out. Can anyone be corrupted here? Technically, yes, if the last one is a plague doctor. Checks out, it's wretch. Exactly. Two evils. Okay. So you were a jester. You were doppelganger? Huh. You shouldn't be saying clockwise. Oh, you're absolutely right. You should be saying counterclockwise because of the wretch. I'm dumb. Good call. Okay. Puka and a drunk and an 8-card deck would be awful, so hopefully we see the wretch. But even then, we can't trust the wretch, because the wretch might be a bad boy. Okay, this is horrible. You are probably accurate. You're saying that there's a drunk here, which is just so obnoxious. I can't check if the last guy is a drunk or a wretch. I revealed these in order, which means you are correct. You might not be. 2 or 4 is a witch. If you're lying, both of your cards are good. Technically, you could be the drunk. 5 is doubtful. If there's a drunk, they would be absolutely right. Six is good. Puka is 3 cards away from the closest evil.
Until we meet again.
Hey, Limmy Ding, how you doing? I think probably 8 is Puka. 5 is telling the truth that you are the drunk. And 6 is probably the minion. I was wrong. I'm starting to get very angry at this game. So apparently the baker hit this baker, and this one just lied. Drunk is too much. I agree. The drunk very much complicates things. The outcasts are supposed to be like kind of good. And the drunk is just not good. There's not a single situation I can think of where it's helpful to have a drunk. Okay. I didn't absorb that information at all. We got a poisoner and a Lilith, and potentially a drunk or a doppelganger. Who knows which is which? One card away from the closest evil. That is accurate. You're 3 cards away from potentially a drunk. Who knows? You cured 2 corruptions, which is not possible. Yeah, only one person here could be cured, so you're either lying or the drunk. This is not accurate, so one of you is bad. Some character lies are powerful, I guess. Okay. Might as well reveal the last one. What does Lilith do? Every time you get through this cycle, she kills someone and takes away 2 health. She takes away 2 health anyways, even if she doesn't kill everyone, by the way. 1 is evil. 1 is not evil. 1 told the truth. 7 is a real hunter. I can't verify that because you're dead. Learn if a random outcast is among them. No outcasts. You're telling the truth because you don't recognize him as an outcast. I think it's got to be the poet. Yeah, okay. Every 4 reveals, Lilith kills 1 face down card and does 2 damage. Exactly. And if there's no one to kill and you still do 4 reveals, she still does 2 damage for reasons unknown. All right, there's a Ba, a Poisoner, and a singular outcast. Okay. Technically, the Plague Doctor could be the Poisoner, and there might be a drunk. Impossible to say. 2 or 7 is the Poisoner, according to the poet. 4 or 3 is the Poisoner, according to the Oracle. These 2 are absolutely saying conflicting information. 1 is evil, 5, 7, or 8. How are there 2 Empresses? Could be a drunk. 1 is evil, 6, 7, or 5. 5, 6, 7. Okay, you're saying one of these is evil. You're saying 5, 7, or 8. Okay. That doesn't sound right to me. That's what I thought. You lied to me, you sack of shit. Okay, so we have a drunk. Great. You love to see that. Very annoying. You are corrupted. Oh my god. You were right. So one of you is still a drunk. Neither one of you mentioned 3. The drunk can only become someone that doesn't exist.
Oh my god, I'm gonna freaking lose my mind.
For real. I think the Empress has to be the bad boy, and the other Empress has to be the drunk. Yeah, okay. I hate you, drunk. I hate you so much. You ruin everything. You're the worst. Oh, boy. Okay. Another potential drunk. Why are you doing this to me? Do we see a drunk in every round? Why is this happening? I hate this character. Oh, boy. Okay. Okay. There are 2 sets of duplicates. One is a shaman. One is potentially a doppelganger, assuming they're all good. We don't know for sure. We know that there's either a drunk or a doppelganger, though. You're both saying you're 1 card away from... You can't keep getting away with this. I know, right? You're both saying you're 1 away from evil. Okay. I'm going to be honest. I think that this dude's probably drunk. And that the druids are probably both real. There are no outcasts. There are no outcasts. How is that possibly accurate? I don't understand. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. Technically, we're both telling the truth, so you're a doppelganger pair. Just to maybe both druid are drunk and evil. I think that they might be doppelgangers. Five or 3 is a shaman. That's not accurate. What does that mean? 5 or 3 is a shaman. That's for sure not true. You are not 3 cards away from a corrupted character, though. So we have 2 liars. How is that possible that we have 2 liars? The only way is if there's a drunk. But there can't be a drunk, because then how would you guys exist? No, the shaman? Okay, the shaman. There is a drunk. Why is there always a drunk? I goddamn hate the goddamn drunk. I hate it. Now it's a 50-50, dude. Oh, my God. Oh, why are you doing this to me, game? Both sides are equally evil. It's 7? I think it's got to be 1, doesn't it? Well, 7 counts for left and right, so who knows? It could either be 7 or 1, and what 2 is saying is true. Oh, I hate 50-50s. I hate them. You know what? We win, though. We win. Because if we killed a drunk, it only costs 4. Fuck you, drunk. I hate you. I hate the drunk character, dude. He's the worst. He's the absolute worst. Oh my God. Why are you in every... You know what? I guarantee if we flip all these over, there's going to be a drunk here. Like, just so... I'm so sure of that. Oh, boy. This is so not helpful to me. This is so very unhelpful. Okay, Confessor, I love you. You're the best. One of the outcasts is a bad boy. Let's get the drunk. One of the outcasts is a bad boy. There's 4 evils here. Just 4. Just 4 of them. Oh, boy. How is that even possible? You are good. You are bad. It's less horrible if we murder the wretch. Sorry about that, wretch. Okay, I hated that. Thank you. God, dude. Disguising evil as the bombardier is so rough. It's so hard. Oh, boy. All right, we're gonna take a quick 3-minute ad break, unfortunately, because there's one coming up in 30 seconds. But don't you worry. You're not going to miss anything. We're going to stay on the screen right here. We're going to listen to 3 minutes of music. So feel free to grab a snack, get a drink, use the restroom, stretch your legs, do whatever it is you got to do. But don't go too far because we'll be back in just 3 minutes. Be right back. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Game sure is demanding on brain juice powers. True. All right, what are we looking at here? We have no drunk, which is crazy. First time for everything. We got a Ba, a poisoner, a witch, and only one outcast. So if we see multiple, we know one of them's a bad boy. Okay, we definitely have a bad boy. 2 was affected by an evil. Yeah, okay. You lied to me, you sack of shit. How are we gonna have 3 3 outcasts when there's one outcast? Dude. Ugh. This is accurate. You don't think evils can disguise as wretch? What makes you think that? You've never seen it happen once. There's a first time for everything, my friend. 9 or 7 is a poisoner. I mean, that's probably accurate. That doesn't make sense. A lot of what's being said here does not make sense. For sure, you're wrong. So 9 is the poisoner. 1 is a good boy. You're a good boy. 2 is not affected by evil. You are a bad boy. Left side's more evil. Easy stuff. Okay. We got Puka, a minion, counselor, and 2 outcasts. One of our outcasts is a doppelganger. That means the bombardier is for sure good. There are 3 judges and 2 alchemists. Three judges and 2 alchemists. That means that everyone else is good? Potentially. No. But that's close to what that means. Yeah, I think there's only one person outside of this list of 5 that's bad. All right, between 7 or 9, there's a minion, is what Oracle's saying. 7 or 9. Bishop is saying between 5, 8, and 9, there's a minion, which we would take to be 9. A minion, so that would make 5 or 8, villager or an outcast. 5 or 8. I'm tempted to believe that that's true. I'm going to murder 9. Hold on. Hold the phone. You were right. Between 5, 8, and 9. Hmm. 3 is outcast, 7 is lying. Why do you say that? There's 2 outcasts, even though it says 1 because of the counselor. Nah, there's 2. It doesn't update for some reason when there's a counselor. I think this is accurate. I don't know which one of these is the doppelganger. You're saying you cured 2 corruption. That is not possible. You're saying you cured 0. Which is much more likely. 1 is evil, 7, 4, or 2. 7, 4, or 2. 7 and 4 are both good. 2 could be the counselor. He was corrupted. That means that you have to be Puka. 1 could be Puka. You were absolutely right. Okay. You curing 0 corruptions is 100% accurate, which means you are the doppelganger. 5, 8, and 7, or 5, 8, and 9. 9's the minion. 5 is the doppelganger. Means 8 is a villager, which means that you are a damn dirty liar. Good. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Six is lying? Yeah. Okay, we got Lilith, a twin minion, 1 outcast. We don't see a bombardier. I forgot Lilith was here. We see a bombardier. There's no duplicates, which means you are, in fact, a bombardier. Unless you got killed and you were a duplicate, which would be a big old problem for me. There are no corrupted characters. Is that true? That is true. One is evil, 6, 4, or 3. I think you're probably a liar. Interesting that you couldn't kill. Yeah, I think you're both evil. Interesting. Evils are not adjacent to each other. That is true if you are a bad boy. Good. What is lying? You were absolutely right. Okay. The puppeteer is either next to an outcast or another evil because there's only 3 evils. You're a good boy. Unforge. There are no corrupted characters is true, which means you're a liar. I probably should have used my abilities. That's a good point. Okay. That's a good point. I did forget about that. Okay. You're correct. Who's left? Just a regular ass minion? It is strange that you say you're the original baker. saying the truth. Hmm. There's only one evil card left and no drunk, so it's got to be the hunter, right? Yeah. Okay. I don't know why there was no other bakers. That's kind of weird. Is it 9? Nah. No. I guess it could have been a baker, but we'll never know. Okay. We got Ba, a witch, a poisoner, one outcast. Definitely 2 outcasts. Oh boy. 5 is good. Between 7 and 6, there's a villager and a minion. I mean, that would have to mean that the fortune teller is good. You can't register as this being good, so you're telling the truth. And if that is true, that means that the bombardier is a bad boy. Dangerous. Very dangerous. That means you are corrupted, probably. What? Okay. Yep, 4 was lying. Yep. Okay, so 3 was corrupted. The right side is definitely more evil. I guess that means that 9 is the witch. Loser. Get out of here. All right, we got a shaman in Ba. And only one outcast that can disguise. All right, well.
You must excuse me. I've grown quite weary.
Time to rest. Thank you so much for being here, Demir. Appreciate you. I hope that you sleep well. And have a great rest of your night. There are, in fact, no corrupted characters. There's only supposed to be one outcast, which is confusing. There is a shaman, so I think both these bakers are good boys.
Bye, have a great time.
Sleep well, Demir. I think that probably you are bad. And it's much safer to kill the wretch than it is to kill the bombardier, of course. There we go. Sorry, wretch. The power of Paku should be with you. Paku Shin Shin. Thank you. Thank you, Demir. Really appreciate that. Sleep well. Oh boy, there's a drunk. Not guaranteed, but it's guaranteed. Let's be honest. Okay, it's either a drunk or a doppelganger. There's so many potentially corrupted characters here. 3 is a real judge. Okay. Well, we'll be the judge of that. 8 or 4 is a minion. 8, 4. Poisoner, Puka, drunk, doppel. Yeah. It's gonna be a fun one. 2 was affected by an evil. That's probably true. And if it is true, that means 7, 2, and 9 are all good boys. And I think I agree with that. Eight, 4, and 2. There's a chance that the doppelganger. 8, 4, and 2. That would make you a minion. Okay, I am confused. That makes you Puka. Okay. Yeah. Sure. Perfect. Confusing, but perfect. All right, we got Puka and a puppeteer who did in fact get one. We probably got a drunk. You have a baker that can't possibly be real. You're 3 cards away from the corrupted character. Interesting. Huh. Evils are not adjacent to each other is simply not accurate. One is evil, 5, 4, or 3. Okay. Seven could be Puka. I think 3 and 4 are the puppeteer and puppet. Fair enough. One is evil, 5, 4, or 3. That means that you are in fact correct, and that makes you and you both lying, which means that you are in fact Puka, which is what the dreamer said. Good. We done did it. Okay, we've got Puka and either a wretch or a doppelidoo. You have a doppelidoo, and it is in fact the hunter. Right? You cured 1 corruption. That is technically possible. You're 2 cards away from the closest evil. You're 3 cards away from the closest evil. The only way for both of these to be right is if you are Puka, but then this wouldn't make any sense at all. But you got cured, so it does make sense. You're Puka. Get out of here, nerd. All right, not too bad. We got Lilith and a puppeteer who did get somebody. Rip. Okay, we got 2 good boys. One of you is a doppelganger. One is evil 6, 7, or 2. Okay. One is evil 8, 6, or 2. Pup is 1 card away from the closest evil. That is accurate. But you might be a bad boy. You might be the puppet. 8, 6, or 2. 6, 7, or 2. I think that you are the puppeteer. Yup. You are the puppet. Yup. You're telling the truth. 6, 7, or 2. That means you're the bad boy. Yeah. Good. All right. What do we have? Probably a drunk. We've got Ba and a twin minion. We should not have a duplicate. Okay. You are definitely wrong. I don't know what that means, though. You're saying the truth. Okay, so the bombardier could be a bad boy. There could be a drunk. Between 4, 1, and 2, an outcast, villager, and a minion. I don't understand. This cannot be a lie. Because that would make 4, 1, and 2 all good. Which can happen, because 2 is definitely lying. What the actual fuck? I hate the drunk! I hate the drunk! Oh my god, do I hate the drunk. What a fucking dumb character. God, I hate the drunk. Oh! Oh boy, I hate it. All right. I think we got one run left in us before I lose my mind from the drunk character existing. Oh boy. There's no corrupted characters is 100% for sure not accurate. Just not even close to true. There are 3 slayers. Between 2 and 5, there's a minion and a villager. For real. There's no way to have a second good slayer. You were corrupted. You were the poisoner. which means you have to be Puka because there are then 2 pairs of evils. Good, confusing. Okay, Puka, Shaman, and either Plague Doctor or Wretch. Of course, there's 2 Plague Doctors. Okay, so one of the Plague Doctors is in fact a Shaman, which makes very little sense to me because I don't see a duplicate here. Never mind. There's Hunters. You're 1 away from the closest evil. You're 2 cards away from the closest evil. You are both indicating that you're a bad boy. 8 is a real Plague Doctor, which to me means that you are corrupt. Easy. Okay. We got a Counselor, Lilith, and 3 Outcasts. That is so many Outcasts. One is evil, 3, 6, or 4. Seven or 4 is a Counselor. There's a Bombardier. You know that there are 3 Outcasts. 1 is probably drunk. 7 or 4 is a Counselor. 1 is evil, 3, 6, or 4. 6 is not evil. Between 9, 2, and 7, there's an Outcast, a minion, and a villager. 9, 2, 7. I think 7 is bad. I was wrong. Seven was the villager. Okay. There's definitely a drunk. Which is horrible. We're 2 close away from the closest evil. That checks out with the Wretch. The Wretch is a real good boy. Bombardier is probably real as well. I think he has to be. You're 3 cards away from the closest corrupted character. You were not corrupted. Only 1 pair of evil. Hmm. 7 or 4 is a Counselor. 7 is definitely not. 4 could be. If 4 was a Counselor, that would make it so that 3 was lying. So 1 was lying because he wouldn't be a drunk, and I don't think that sounds right. Between 9, 7, and 2, there's an Outcast, a minion, and a villager. Minion's going to be the Wretch. 7 is a villager. 2 is an Outcast. That is not right. But you can't be lying, or else the Wretch would be good, and the Wretch only registers as evil. So that would make this the drunk, which would make 3, 6, and 4 good, which would make 5 and 1 bad. I hate the drunk. What a terrible character. Okay. There's a shaman, a twin minion, Ba, and 1 outcast. I'm noticing that there's 2 outcasts, so one of them is bad. You're 1 card away from the closest evil. That is definitely accurate. You are 2 cards away from the closest evil. Sounds less accurate. You're a good boy. Pa is 1 card away from the closest evil. Twin minion is 3 cards away from the closest evil. One is evil 3, 6, or 8. 3, 6, or 8. 6 is definitely not evil. 3 seems to be not evil either. So what you're saying is 8 is evil, which could be true. Between 9, 2, and 4, there's a villager, a minion, and an outcast. That's accurate. Because 2 and 4, one of them is a minion, one of them is an outcast, which makes 9 a villager. Could be corrupt, though. One is evil 3, 6, or 8. Let's do a little murder. So you were right. But I still think that you're corrupt. No. That would mean the Plague Doctor is the bad boy. Plague Doctor is also the only one that could corrupt anyone. So there might not be anyone corrupt here. Yeah, okay, good. So you are both correct. There's one outcast, which means you are definitely wrong. Good. On to the next one. Which minion Lilith? And one outcast that is either a Plague Doctor or a Bombardier. One is evil 2, 7, or 1. 2, 7, or 1. There are definitely other bakers, so I don't think 2 can be bad. 1 could potentially be bad. 7 could be bad. 6 is a real druid. Seems odd, since you're not a druid. You're going to drink some juice, then you're going to need a cup. I'd say that's pretty accurate, yeah. Unless you're drinking directly out of, like, the carton. I think that 7 and 6 are probably both bad. I was wrong. So 6 was a real druid. That could mean that the Bombardier is still a bad boy. Can't reveal the last one. I don't think that there's 2 evils next to you. Mistakes happen to druids all the time. That's true. If you were lying, all of them would be good, which would be true. I still kind of feel like it's got to be 4, though. Yeah. Still can't reveal the last one, though. Okay. I mean, what a mess. If 6 was a real druid, that probably means that 5 was a real hunter. You have 2 evils adjacent to you. It's definitely not accurate. Which means you're the bad boy. Oh boy, that was rough. All right. We got Puka, a poisoner, a minion, and 1 outcast. There is, in fact, 1 outcast, so the Plague Doctor is real. Let's see. What do we have going on here? There's no way for there to be 2 jesters, so immediately you guys are suspicious. You are the only Plague Doctor, so you're telling the truth, which means Puka is not here. Between 1, 2, and 4, there's a villager, a minion, and an outcast. 1, 2, and 4. Good music? Yeah, they added new music in the newest patch as well. I'm just hoping I don't get demonetized. I did on the first stream that I did, and then it got dropped, which was nice. Okay, I think that Jester is probably Puka. Let's try and find out. 3 evils does not sound right. Telling me to Patreon, Brosif? Well, I feel like people would use it. 1, 2, and 4. I also don't have anything to offer people on a Patreon. Like in terms of bonus stuff, you know? 1, 2, and 4. Poisoner is 1 card away from closest evil. Seems possible, but unlikely. Okay. I think it's more likely that there's only 1 evil in these 3 than there is to be 3 evil in this 3. Makes me think that you're probably Puka. But then you're not giving accurate information because there's definitely only 1 outcast and it's 7. So it's got to be 9 is Puka, and you guys are both corrupt. That doesn't sound right. One is corrupted for sure. But is 8 actually evil? The Plague Doctor has to be real. Okay. And there's definitely not 3 evils. The problem is, though, is that you could be corrupt. This is accurate. I think that you're probably telling the truth and you're a bad boy. Yeah. Okay, good stuff. Poisoner, Counselor, Lilith, and 2 outcasts. Or 4 as a counselor. You're a good boy. There's no way for there to be duplicate lovers. How exactly would 6 or 4 be counselor? That can't be true. Because there's no outcasts that disguise themselves. 8 is evil, 2 is corrupt. Piece of garbage. What a mess. Okay. That's real unlucky, I would say. That probably means that you're the counselor. I don't know what that means. 6 or 4 is the counselor. That, again, that cannot be true. But to be honest, it's not what I expected. This is accurate, which means the other lover can't be real. Okay. And you say you couldn't kill 9 even though 9 is evil. But you're saying you told the truth? So what the hell does that mean? I think that means that the Slayer is the poisoner and the judge got poisoned. Yeah. All right, I thought we were definitely going to lose on that one, but we squeaked through. All right, we got Puka, probably a drunk, and 2 minions. Yep, there's definitely a drunk here. There's no way to have duplicate lovers. So one of you is evil, or both of you are evil / a drunk. 7 or 2 is a minion. Okay. 1 is evil. 4, 3, or 5. 4, 3, or 5. Okay. 1 is evil. 2, 1, or 9. One of the lovers is a drunk. Which doesn't make sense. Good. Okay. You were definitely wrong. Which makes you the drunk. You're a good boy. What? Okay. That is incorrect. And the only ones that are liars are either the drunk or the bad boy. And I can murder the drunk without losing. I think you have to be the drunk, though. And you have to be... Because you would be corrupt if this was Puka. Except you can't be corrupt because you got cured. I hate you. Or 3 or 5. That is true. But then how would you... I don't... No, you got cured. This is Puka. God. I should have known because the drunk can't become a character that's in play. Good call on me. Oops. Okay. Drunk is going to be the downfall of us. Lilith, Shaman, Witch, and Drunk. Two pairs of duplicates. There's no way you could have cured a corruption. You could be the drunk. No outcast, which means you're a bad boy. Do that, you lose health, but it doesn't matter. Ree was afflicted by evil. Ree was afflicted by evil could be true because that could mean that the duplicate is here, which would make you a bad boy. Ah. Okay, you're correct. You guys are the shamans. 7 is good and 6 is good. 6 is obviously not good. Which makes you bad, but then that doesn't make sense. Want to use the drunk. Want to use the bad boy. The 50-50. Except that you said that there was no outcast, so you're the bad boy? Good. Okay. There's only 3 evils, which means the puppeteer didn't get anyone. You're dizzy, so you're bad. You're 0 corruptions. Could potentially be true. You were a judge, makes no sense. 2 or 7 is a poisoner. 2 or 9 is a poisoner. If you're lying, both your characters are good. One of the oracles could be a puppet, and the other one could be a drunk, I think. There is no puppet. Okay. 2 or 9 is a poisoner. It's not accurate. You told the truth, which means that you're lying, which means you're probably poisoned. But I don't know for sure. But I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Good. Okay, we got a counselor, a witch, and Lilith. 2 outcasts. No one here can be corrupted. Nice try, idiot. We 2 outcasts. Okay, Baker is real. 1 away from corrupted character, there are none. That means you were probably... One of you was the other outcast. Don't know which one. Had to have been a doppelganger. 4, 5, or 8 is it? Okay, that was close. All right, Puppeteer, Lilith, Twin Minion. Puppeteer got someone. There's only one. There's only one outcast, to be very clear. And there's 3 on the field right now. Closest evil is counterclockwise. Probably true. Puppeteer is 1 away from closest evil is definitely true. 4 is good. Seems inaccurate. 8 is evil. 7 is corrupted. There's no way that's true. Which makes you the puppet. Okay. Four is good. 4 was good. You told the truth. Lilith cannot be a bombardier, which means the last one is Lilith. Get out of here. Okay. Puppeteer got someone. You hate to see that. There's 1 outcast. Could be a doppely-do. Hmm. 3 is good. How are there... How are there 3 enlightened and 2 poets? That was wrong. Which makes you a puppet. You were right. Between 6, 8, and 3, there's a minion, an outcast, and a villager. You're a minion, which makes you an outcast, which makes you 8 and 3. You a villager. That was true. Okay. Closest evil's counterclockwise. That's not accurate. Okay. So you must have been a... What? You must have been a doppelganger? Doesn't make much sense to me, personally. It's not accurate. Okay. I guess you could just be Ba. Okay. Well, that is, we're going to call it for today's stream, shall we? Rough. The game has gotten much harder. And that's a big old bummer because it was already plenty hard. But yeah, I hope you guys had a fun stream. We'll raid out if you're on the Twitch side. See if we can find a friend that's online. 1 sec. The music kind of mutes itself when you're not on the tab there. If we got anyone playing anything interesting. We got Halios online playing something called Cursed Companions. Why don't we read into Halios? Thank you for being here, everyone. I hope that you had a fun time. We'll be back streaming something else at 4 p.m. EDT on Tuesday, if you'd like to join me then. But until next time, I hope that everyone has a great rest of their weekend and a great night. And thank you for being here. I really appreciate it. See you next time, everybody. Bye bye.